Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call tonight's meeting to order. Tonight's meeting has been advertised according to the New Jersey State Sunshine Law. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gilly?
Here.
Mr. Halverson?
Here.
Mr. Langwin? Mr. Naftali? Mr. Ribbiat? Mr. Ingber? Mr. Gross?
Here.
Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Halverson?
Here. Mr. Missing a number of members, I'll be seeing Mr. Gross and Mr. Ingber in lieu of the missing members. Everyone please rise and salute to the flag. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Thank you. Can I have a motion for approval of the minutes? June 17, motion by Morty Gross, can I have a second? Second. Second by Al Allison, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Gilly?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
Yes.
Mr. Gross?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
Yes. Can we move forward to any correspondence letters that we have?
A letter from Hyman Bonney for its zone block 4045, 368 Laurel Avenue, requesting a 90-day extension. They do not have adequate time to get final compliance and signatures.
Okay.
The maps are ready to get signed, but we don't have enough time.
Here's a pen.
Dave, understand?
Chairman, this is a standard request, which is, just a matter of, the miscellaneous law says you have to file the map within 180 days, and a lot of times you just can't, these engineers.
You have no issue with that? Okay. I have no issue with that. Anyone have any issues with telling me? No. Can I have a motion? Motion by Mayor Gelli. Can I have a second? Second, Moni Bros. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gilly?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
Yes.
Mr. Inger?
Yes.
Mr. Gross?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
Yes. 40518, Portnoy. Are you ready to move forward? Okay, as you know, I recused myself on this one, and we only have 4 members. Mayor, take over. What? Mayor, take over.
Okay.
So, Mr. Portnoy, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God? Would you give us your full name and spell your last?
Mordecai Portnoy, Portnoy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, the house we're talking about is 10 Courtney. It currently is built, it's a very old house, and it has a driveway that can fit 3 cars. The board approved for a duplex, but they were trying to get a relief not to have 4 spots on the old house, which is back to back with the new house. And there's enough parking right now, it's only a 4-bedroom home, and we'll request it from the board to give us relief.
So we had this last 2 weeks ago.
Right.
What has changed?
Nothing, they just wanted to redo the application, we had wanted to give notice.
They were required to notify the property owners within the areas because of this request to modify the prior approvals.
And that, excuse me, the house we're talking about is not a new house, it's the...
No, it's over 100 years old. There's nothing done,
How
nothing
old?
changed. Over 100 years old.
So the new house is the one...
That has 4 spots, and that's back to back, that's on 12th Street. The house we're talking about is on Corn.
And the sidewalk itself, you're going to be doing it, or...
We're not doing anything, there's a good sidewalk there, and everything's good.
Is the sidewalk existing?
Yes.
What changed from the time this was approved to today?
Well, really, I have the building here, it's much more familiar with next-gen builders, will really explain it a little better. Rather than work, explain it.
Yes, you'd like to pull something up to... Can you testify now?
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
Please give us your full name and spell your last.
Chaim Abadi, ABADI, 245 Milan.
The question was, what's changed since the approval was given
The original
6 months ago?
The original approval was given as a subdivision. There was no focus on the parking issue. The original approval was given in 2009. It was a back-to-back duplex, which was allowed in those days. Not allowed anymore, so it had to go to the zoning board. We normally would just do it in administrative subdivision, we don't do that in this case. That's why it had to go through the zoning board. When they did the subdivision, I wasn't involved, and whoever did it didn't realize that they're going to require 4 parking spots on both sides. Doesn't make sense to have 4 parking spots on Courtney because the house is 4 bedrooms, the basement is not usable. At some point, they're going to knock that down and build something else. Then they'll have to put 4, but that's the code. The ordinance requires 4 spots between the building and the house. Basically, that's what's going to happen. Right now, if they're renting out to somebody, they just need 2 spots. That's for the code.
So it's your testimony that there's no possibility of apartment in the basement?
No. No, it's in there.
And we would need 4 spots.
If you can, just so I can get an understanding over here, there's an existing house, and then you're adding a duplex to,
They're adding another unit. It's on the opposite side of the street to 12th Street.
okay.
That has all the inspections, everything needed, and it has 4 spots. That existing house that was there only has 2 spots now.
So they did a minor subdivision, they split the lot, they put
Correct.
the existing home, and now the existing home somehow is getting attached to what we would require for a new approval, when it doesn't really need it because it's existing, correct?
That's correct.
So they're requiring the same amount of spots as if he would have knocked it down.
Correct.
And put a new house, but it's existing, and the house is still
Correct.
there.
And there's no livable basement. Okay. And okay, seeing none, I'd like to open to the public. Anybody from the public would like to be heard on application 40518? Seeing none, close it to the public. Any final comments?
No.
Any motions?
Jerry, can we make in our approval that, make very clear that if the building is knocked down and reconstructed, it will, this waiver for the parking will not apply?
Yes. You can put that as a condition in the resolution, that you agree to grant, want to grant that request.
As long as the existing house exists, that's okay, but if it's a new house there, then you have to.
You can make that a condition of
A new house or a significant modification of the house?
I'm not sure what significant, but yeah, generally speaking, if it's certainly if there's a basement all of a sudden, or if it's a knockdown, that's pretty easy to see.
It is a basement, I know the house one, it is a basement, which is possible.
I could get,
Like it's a basement, but it's not a.
It's not livable.
That.
So just bring that.
If it's significantly modified. Okay, so I would make a motion that if it's, a motion to grant it, however, if it's significantly modified or reconstructed, that it would require the 4 parking spots.
Can I have a second? That's 2. Fran?
Mr. Gilly,
Yes?
Mr. Halverson,
Yes.
Mr. Inger, Mr. Gross.
Yes.
Mr. Hopstead, who's not there.
Thank you very much.
We're wrong? We're done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. What do we have to do?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
There's an application here with our neighbors. Hampton application, I don't know what the number is.
4115.
Not on the notice, so it's not going to be noticed again.
All one part that can be heard tonight?
Hampton Development.
Correct.
Okay, and the reason, you had an issue with noticing?
Notices.
Also the taxes are not paid.
Oh, okay. Fine, so the notice we can issue, we can fix by next meeting. How about taxes? You can get that fixed by next meeting?
You're going to make a bond.
Make a policy. No problem. Make that.
Chaim,
Fundraiser.
you want to be carried to the 22nd?
Yes, thank you.
no, wait a second now. If you're getting, all right, you're gonna get the notices out in time?
Yes.
Okay. Why, does anyone have any issues?
The next
So
meeting,
tax is going to be paid by then?
taxes in the notice.
What?
On the next week.
Okay. Mary, have any issues?
So when is the next meeting?
July 22nd.
July 22nd.
Okay? Okay. It's Monday after Shaw's House. Okay. Can I have a motion to table appeal number 4115 Hampton Development LLC?
Go ahead.
For July 22nd. I have one from Mayor Gelli. Can I have a second? Second from Morty Gross. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gilly,
Yes.
Mr. Halverson,
Yes.
Mr. Inger.
Yes.
Mr. Gross.
Yes.
Mr. Halverson.
Yes. Okay, so appeal number 4115 has been tabled for July 22nd. Anyone in this courtroom that's here for that application, it will not be heard tonight. That will be heard on July 22nd. Thank you. Moving forward, just a quick announcement. Moving forward to all the other applications, you all notice, we only have 5 members. Whoever does not want to be heard tonight, please step up and let us know so we can table it at the beginning, the onset of the evening. Excuse me? Okay, seeing none, so we're going to continue with our application tonight. 4119, Solomon Polanski. Shlomo Polanski.
53 Forest Drive, Block 12, on 206, R12 zone. To construct a new single-family dwelling requested.
Guys, I know you're not a frequent visitor here, but at this place, we'd like to keep the place quiet. And if anyone wants to say something, please do so outside. Whatever you talk and choose in the auditorium, we hear it right back here, and it just echoes in our ears, so we can pay attention to what's going on. Thank you.
to construct a new single-family with variances requested for aggregate side yard setback and building height.
Sir, perhaps each of you would raise your right hand if you're going to be testifying. Would you each swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. All right, when you start to testify, just give us your full name and spell your last.
He's the applicant, Brian Flannery, licensed professional engineer, professional planner, Jackson, New Jersey. The application is indicated we're looking to build a single-family home with bulk variance for combined side yard setback at 2 Exhibit Mark. A1 is a tax sheet 16 in the tax map. It shows the subject property in orange, and it shows the other 50-foot wide lots highlighted in blue in the neighborhood next to and across the street. A2 is just the map that's submitted, and it shows a proposed dwelling to be constructed, which will be consistent with the other houses that are in the neighborhood as far as lot size. It's 50-foot wide lot. This is a neighborhood with a lot of older houses, some newer houses. It's an established area in Lakewood that's being redeveloped little by little. Looking at the RDE report, it indicates that we need relief for aggregate side yard setback, 20 feet proposed where 25 feet is required, meaning we're asking for 10 feet on each side. It also indicates building height. There's a question in there, what the building height that we need is. My testimony is we do not need a building height variance. This is a typical 2-story building. It's a little difficult, a little different than some of the other ones because it's a walkout basement. But we will provide grading at time of plot plan to indicate that the bottom level is a basement, which in that case the above to the first floor, second floor, and the attic are typical Lakewood units, and they will comply. So we're not requesting that variance we don't need. If you look at the justification for the variances, first I should point out that we are entitled to build on this lot. The Lakewood ordinance says you can build if you comply with the setback. We have a 50-foot wide lot. We could build a 25-foot wide house with the same amount of square footage. It would just be a narrow house that would not be in keeping with the newer houses, and it wouldn't be a house that would suitably provide the needs for the family that's going to move in there. Each property side is 10 feet, which is what's required for the ordinance. So the neighbor on the right and the neighbor on the left who are impacted by this are each getting the 10 feet that they're entitled to. It's a combined side yard setback. So that's the reason we're here, because we want a 30-foot wide house instead of a long 25-foot wide house. And I know the board in the past has commented on the length of houses being a detriment. In this case, we're not going to have the longer house. We're going to have a more usable, more typical 30-foot wide house. So justification for the variance is my testimony that it meets both the C1 criteria, because it is a hardship. It's an existing 50-foot wide lot, and a C2 where we need to show the benefits outweigh the detriment. The master plan of 2017 on page 7 indicates encourage growth and development in appropriate locations consistent with established land uses. It's my testimony. This does just that. On page 9, under housing strategies, it says provide housing opportunities for all groups, family sizes, and income levels. Assure that affordable, convenient, attractive housing opportunities with appropriate yards and play areas are available in Lakewood, especially for the growing population of young, large families with children. Again, my testimony, this does this. On page 23, it has a section on infill development, which this is. It's a lot in an existing neighborhood that we're going to put a house on. Infill development should be promoted because it serves to minimize the community's development footprint and thereby conserve finite land resources and reduce traffic congestion. Under the Municipal Land Use Law, NJSA 40:55D2, under the purpose of the Act, it says, encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use and development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote public health, safety, and rules and general welfare. It's my testimony that this does this. Under G, it says to provide sufficient space and appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, industrial uses, and open space, both public and private, according to their respective environmental requirements, in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. And this certainly meets that need. The C1 variance, we need to show that the hardship is an existing 50-foot wide lot complying with that 25 aggregate, makes a 25-foot wide house, which is a hardship on the applicant. When you look at the C2 variance, it relates to a specific piece of property. This is a existing lot. It's got the, as you can see on A1, it's got Country Place behind it in its backyard, similar to all of this side of Forest Drive and Shady Lane Drive. It's got houses on both sides of it, and it's got houses across the street that are reflective of what we're asking. We need to show the purposes of the municipal land use law would be advanced, which is what I read earlier. We need to show that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, and it's my testimony that that fits in there properly. I know the board likes to see that 10-foot side so that the window wells and everything else work. The variance will not impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. And just looking at A1, it fits in well with other lots in the neighborhood, and certainly it's a location that's not going to impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. Looking at the, and we need to show the benefits outweigh the detriments, and my testimony is that there is no detriment to it. You could have one house that was narrow and long, or this one house that makes sense, and the benefits are it provides a nice housing opportunity. Looking at the remainder of the report, the one comment was with respect to the building height, which my testimony is we're not requesting a variance and don't need one. And with respect to the basement, and we would expect the basement to be treated similar to all basements in Lakewood. And obviously we would understand that if the board were to act favorably, they would require the upgraded front with 1/3 stone or veneer. They would require the landscaping and all the things that would make it a very nice house to fit in very well in this neighborhood.
Okay, just a little clarification. Who told you that you have a height variance issue, and how did that person calculate that you do have a height variance?
The report indicated a potential height variance because the plans, when they were originally submitted, showed an elevation of the building that showed more of the building out of the ground than in the ground. What determines if you have a height elevation is if that lower level is considered the first floor or a basement, and if 50% of it is at the height for basement, which it would be, it can be and it would be. And when we submit a plot plan, that would be it would be checked and it would be required.
So I'm looking at your variance plan. Okay, beginning of the house, you're at 48.
Yes.
At 50% of the house, you're at 45. Correct? You're at about 45 on the left side.
Grades aren't
46, 45.
Grades aren't provided at every step along the building. But what I'm saying is that this is a typical walkout basement, and it's my testimony that we would provide 50% of that foundation in the ground.
So you have backfill?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have actually a pen in the back, because I'm looking also at the roof line, and I don't understand the roof line, and that's what I was worried about. On the architectural, so look at this roof line. Your peak to the roof, and then you have a dormer or a walkout roof or a barn style roof and a half. Like this roof line is kind of, I don't know what to say. You see that?
Well, the roof is interesting,
Yeah.
and to the extent that when detailed plans are submitted, it did not comply with the height, it would be adjusted so that it complied with the height.
So it's not the roof line that's creating the issue, it's strictly the it's.
My interpretation, and Dave could certainly, would know this better, my interpretation of why it was indicated in the report that there might be a height variance was, A, the architectural plan doesn't give a height, which if they had given the height and showed the grade, it would be an issue, and B, the initial plan that was submitted showing minimal transition between the walkout level and the front level. And these are technical details that if the board acts favorably when we submit, we will comply.
So now let's get to the last question. What ends up going to do when you finish doing the house, you go way back to when we have a height variance, so they throw the house down? It's not exactly work out. You between the roof and the rating, you know, the
plan is going to be submitted showing rating that will make it work so that there's not a height variance.
Sure.
And then the building department will require that that grading is put in place so there's no height variance. There would be no reason to tear the building down.
and it's contributed, I said, when you finish doing the house, and it is not.
Well, it would be the same thing if we finished building the house and we didn't have windows in it. When it got inspected, they would say, we're not giving you CO, there's no windows, and somebody would have to put windows in. If they say the grading doesn't match the plot plan, which happens on occasion, there's builders that don't follow the engineer's plans. And I know we talked about engineers before, they're dragging things out sometimes, but engineers are also picky and they'll check it to make sure it's proper. And if it's not proper, it has to be fixed. And any contractor that did it wrong would have to come back and fix it, or they would get another contractor to come back and fix it.
Okay. So as long as we're not throwing the house down.
We're not throwing the house down.
But we're gonna fix the grade.
We're gonna fix the grade, and I will not be back here saying we didn't do the grade, we want a variance. And if anybody else says that, and I'm here, I'll stand up and tell them that there's no reason for that.
Okay. And if you come back and say you want a variance, you give every one of them the money for the.
I'm not going to come back and say we need a variance, because there's absolutely no reason to need a variance. And I wouldn't waste the board's time on an application that wasn't needed.
Dave, are you in agreement with him?
His design, he has to make it work, like he said. He's
Dave,
gonna,
you have to know.
sorry. And like you said, they're gonna submit a plot plan for the house, so the grading's gonna be checked to make sure the height works in. It also has to go to the building department, they should be checking the same thing along their review.
Good. So then the only reason why you're here is for a side yard variance.
Combined side yard, yes.
Combined side yard.
Yes. I should have made that more clear in my testimony, I thought I had.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, just a couple of questions. Does your client agree that there won't be an outside attic, outside stairs to the attic?
Yes.
And there will only be one entrance from the outside to the basement?
Correct.
And do you know how far each of the adjoining properties' houses are to the common boundary line?
The house to the right has a shed that's completely within the 10-foot required side setback. So that's a complete violation. The house to the right has a garage that's also within the 10-foot. It's probably like 7 feet. So on both sides, the actual house is not close and causing close proximity, but there are accessory structures in the side setbacks, which is typical of most of the older lots in that neighborhood.
So each of the houses themselves are at least 10 feet from the common boundary?
That is correct.
Thank you.
What's the total square foot of the house?
One says here is the house, and the other one's
We're showing a lot coverage in 24%.
Well, the footprint's under 2,000.
And what size are the houses surrounding in the area?
It's a neighborhood that has transitioned, so there's some bigger houses, and the older ones are typically smaller.
And there aren't 8,000 square foot lots?
As you see on A1, they're on 50-foot wide lots, but they're deeper than our lot. But we're complying with the building coverage. We're at 24% building coverage.
Just to add to this question, the houses across the road, which are also lots of 50-foot wide, what are those?
Some of them are older ones. There were approvals for some new ones that were approved at 30 feet wide.
I remember we did it.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, across the street it was approved at 30 feet wide.
My colleague had just pointed out something to me, and I just noticed something else. You know that the stairs have to terminate on the second floor.
Yes, and that was a question Jerry raised that the applicant, I volunteered for the applicant, that there would not be stairs going directly to the attic.
To the attic.
Yes.
Outside stairs.
Outside stairs.
Yeah, but the main set of stairs have to terminate on the second floor, and in the middle of the house, put the other set of stairs to the attic.
Yes, we need to get that word to the architects that submit these plans so that they don't submit plans that are,
Now, on another issue, my colleague over here, Mr. Ingber, had pointed out that something doesn't work right. On your plot plan, on the variance plan, you show 2 sets of stairs, and on the architectural, you only show 1 set of stairs into the basement and the first floor.
the first set of stairs, and I was a little confused when I first saw that, is an outside stairs just going down, not going in. It's next to the window. If you look on the elevations, you can see that. There's a window next to it.
I see a porch on the side of the house. It's a landing.
Because the grade going down half the wall.
So then, you have to go up, this is just a landing from the side floor. Hold on. This is a covered porch right over here. So the stairs should be on this side, right over here. It should be on this side, right? This is inside the house, which is somewhere in here. That's the rear, this is the front. Right over here. This is
Wait,
it doesn't.
You're looking on the left-hand side of the building.
Yes.
So there's a sidewalk coming down, and then there's stairs that.
What are you looking at? Show me what you're looking at.
The variance plan is.
So,
Which is similar to the architect plan. So there's like 5 steps that go down, that's on the sidewalk, it steps on a sidewalk instead of a sloped sidewalk. There's a window next to that, just because of the grade.
oh, so these steps are part of the sidewalk?
Yes.
It's not into the house or
That
around
is
the house?
correct.
It's
That is
walking up stairs,
Yes.
continuing on your sidewalk?
That is correct.
Right here.
Yep.
Got it. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. And that's why I don't see it on the architectural. Okay, fine. Let me open to the public, fill in all one eyes. Anyone else? Anyone from the public want to be heard, please step up. Ready?
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth so help you God?
I do.
And give us your full name and spell your last.
Linda Kelly, K-E-L-L-Y.
Thank you.
60 Forest Drive.
Any woman that is I'm looking for, yeah. Okay, you have a form? Maybe it's in the back of the one.
What's your name? We have a handout.
You got it? Okay. Sorry, I don't know, we'll let you know when it's 30, when you have 30 seconds left.
What is the time limit?
4 minutes. Okay.
If you check this handout that Mrs. Manuel is handing out, there was an application for this back in 2007 to build a house, and at that time the board unanimously approved a small house. And this, that handout is an exact copy of the board's resolution, which was unanimously approved. Part of the reason for the small size of the house, besides the fact that it's appropriately sized for the smallest lot on the street, is that there's a steep drop-off behind the property that goes down to a country place. There's a 20-foot difference in elevation between the level of Forest Drive and the level of Barberry Drive down below it. It's perpetually wet down there. It's built on a filled wetland. Barberry Drive was part of a series of cranberry bogs. If you look at the aerial photos from the 1930s, you can see the cranberry bogs. When you go down there, there's water standing in the street, even on dry days. The sidewalks are stained from water. There are permanent depressions in the sidewalk, and people have cones, those orange road cones, in the sidewalk because of standing water. So there's already a water issue. And you put a giant house on there, that's a lot of impermeable surface, and there's going to be a huge runoff problem. At least now it's wooded, and that wooded lot at least absorbs a lot of rainwater and runoff. But there will be a huge issue if that isn't addressed. And that was one of the reasons why, besides the fact that it just wasn't with the character of the neighborhood, that this resolution was passed in 2007. What the applicants are looking for now is a house that has a completely habitable third floor, attic floor, and a larger size. And basically, if you add up the square footage of the basement, which will probably be occupied, the first, second floor, and the attic, we're looking on the order of over 7,000 square feet. They want 4 parking spots, and I have to ask, how many people will live in a 7,000 square foot house? How many bedrooms? How many bathrooms? How many cars? How many people? And so, the character of the neighborhood is not, there's about 20 houses. Of those, we have 2 large houses, 2 big houses, new construction. They are both on lots that are 100 feet wide and quite deep. Everything else is smaller, much smaller. A lot of these were built circa the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And a big one of these older houses is about 2,000 square feet. The 2 houses across the street that are on 50-foot lots now, the biggest one is about 1,600 square feet. The smallest one, which is adjacent to the property we're talking about, is 832 square feet. It's a cottage. All the rest of the houses, except for the 2 new ones, are quite moderate in size. The area is wooded. The area is wooded. We already have a lot of issues with parking and cars and people. There's a shul across the street on Miller Road. There's a school on one corner of Miller Road, and across the street is a dormitory. There's dormitories on Miller Road. So there's a lot of people running around in cars there that don't belong right now. As it is with the traffic issues, there's children all over the place running around, and I can barely get my mid-sized SUV up between the 2 cars. If there's ever an emergency, fire trucks, a trash truck, an ambulance, they couldn't get through in a lot of cases. It's dangerous. So, thank you for your time. I hope you do not impact me.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public want to be heard? By the way, ma'am, did you share this with any?
Yes, we all have a copy.
You all have a copy?
It was distributed when you were looking about it.
Okay.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth so help you God?
I do.
Can you give us your full name and spell your last?
Ingrid Kanger, K-A-N-G-U-R. I looked at the Lakewood zoning board statement regarding their purpose and administration. It clearly states that it promotes public health.
Your address.
80 Forest Drive, Lakewood, New Jersey, Block 1201, Lot 26 and 27. It clearly states that it promotes the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the city of Lakewood. Due to the recent development of new homes, dormitories on Forest Drive, cars are parked every which way, obstructing residents and vendors, trucks, to pass through with their vehicles safely. God forbid a first responder needed to get through, an ambulance, fire truck, they wouldn't manage. The new homes recently built onto Forest Drive were built on very small, undersized lots. the children don't have the space to play and ride their scooters on their own properties. So they play on the street and dart out into oncoming traffic. This is unacceptable and it's dangerous. I don't dare to back out of my very own driveway for fear of being run down by a racing car. Another item I read in the zoning board's mission statement was that you are to respect the unique characteristics and attributes of individual neighborhoods. Forest Drive is a very unique neighborhood. It is wooded and has a 1.5 acre pond with active wildlife. It needs to be protected from overdevelopment. My elderly neighbor, Mrs. Tutsoff, who has resided in her home since the early 1960s and has enjoyed her privacy and backyard, is now subject to a large looming dwelling towering over her. Back in 2007, Tuxedo Property Partners requested various variances to build on this same lot that is before you today. You, the zoning board, voted unanimously to reduce the size of their dwelling request so that the habitable area of the new dwelling would not exceed 2,923 square feet. You also determined then that the height of the dwelling would not exceed 30 feet and both side yard setbacks would not be less than 10 feet. You also determined that the attic would not be permitted to have any windows, no plumbing, no habitable space above the second floor. So, it seems to me that the new applicant should adhere to your previous unanimous vote regarding building on this lot. And one other thing, it seems to me that there are so many changes to these drawings that this application isn't what was submitted originally. So, if this isn't correct, that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to be heard?
Klein, please raise your right. Sorry. Now, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so go ahead. Give us your full name and spell your last.
Catherine Pillion, spelled P-I-L-L-I-O-N.
Catherine with A-C or K?
K-A-T-R-I. Okay. My address is 15 Woodside Lane, Manchester. However, I'm here on behalf of my mother, Cordula Tutsoff, who lives at 61 Forest Drive, which is right next door to the property in question. First, may I say that we have a little difficulty finding out about this because my mother never received official notification. I had to, by word of mouth, find out about it, and I spoke to Ms. Siegel here, and she did notify me. However, she also never received official notification of this particular meeting, which I had verbal about, until someone put a handwritten notice on her door last night, the day before the meeting. Just for the record, I feel that was a little disrespectful for someone who has lived there since 1965, continuously, and who has the most stake in this particular case.
Excuse me 1 second, please. Brian, do you have the no. Was it sent out or was it not sent out? It was not sent out. Okay. It was missed.
They noticed the second time. It was different on the second time that it was donated. First time. But this didn't get to the applicant the second time. So she was not notified, so he was told to hand deliver.
It was hand delivered last night. Okay. Last Friday or last night?
Told him Friday.
Oh, you got to deliver.
Well,
Okay.
we received it on Sunday.
Okay.
It was not there on Saturday night.
Okay.
But that was
We'll
simply
discuss that.
as a point of information.
Right.
The other neighbors have already discussed most of what I had to say regarding the size of the house and the design of the house. But my major concern, and my mother's major concern, is the fact that
That road is a very narrow road. Two cars can barely pass one another when there isn't anybody parked on the side. Frequently, there are cars parked on the side now. I myself am there daily. I've had difficulty getting into my mother's driveway. If there's a house built with this many bedrooms and the potential for as much occupancy as I foresee, there will have to be some cars parked on the side on a regular basis. And on-street parking is a big issue on a road where there are no shoulders, no sidewalks also. So people are walking between two rows of cars are coming from both directions. The road is marked 25 miles per hour, but I do not often see people coming down that road 25 miles an hour. Just the other day, when my mother was walking out to her mailbox, someone blew by at least 40. That is an accident waiting to happen. And I'm just afraid that with as many vehicles that this is going to add to that neighborhood, it's going to be a real problem.
Thank you. Jerry, before we continue, do we have an issue with the fact that she wasn't noticed on time when it was a little bit last night?
No.
Or yesterday?
The reason is the statute requires them, or an applicant, to comply with the notice from the town. If there's a mistake made by the town, and apparently there was, that's not the applicant's fault or problem. They have to comply with the list we give them. Now, Ms. Billion, on behalf of her mother, I think indicated, she's made that as a matter of a statement of fact, that she's willing to go forward with it. Sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to clear the air on that.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else, please step up.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell you the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
Give us your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Marion Emily McComb. Last name L-E-C-O-M-P-T-E.
Can you give me that one? I'm sorry, give it one more time.
Capital L is in Lincoln, D, capital C, O, M for Mary, P. Peter, T. Tom, E. Edward. I am the widow of the former deputy chief of police here in Lakewood. McComb. 19 Forest Drive. Right. Lot 206, Lot 12. This is my first time, so a little patience with me. This meeting is to construct a new single family with variance requested for aggregate, meaning taken as a whole, side yard setback, and building height. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice my opinion regarding the appeal number 4119. The applicant...
Excuse me. Please step out. Whoever wants to say speak. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant has requested to construct a 3-story home, which includes a walkout basement where 2.5 stories is allowed. Please note that line 6 of Mr. Kurlansky's application states, has a previous application been filed or heard involving these premises? Question mark. Applicants reads no. In reading the Lakewood Township Board of Adjustment resolution of approved variance appeal number 3618 to construct a new 2.5 single-story family dwelling on an undersized lot at a premise known and is designated as Lot 206 in Block 12 on the official tax map of the Township of Lakewood. Copies of this resolution dated February 5th, 2007 have been submitted tonight for your perusal. The above variance was as stated for a 2.5-story home approved February 5th, 2007. We are now faced with another new variance appeal. Monday, June 17, 2019 appeal was moved to Monday, July 1st at 7 p.m. That's tonight. Please note that none of the 4 requests by the applicant meets the requirements. Forest Drive is a narrow town road, not a country road, a county road. Parking SUVs and or minivans on both sides of the road hinder school buses, trash pickup, delivery trucks, emergency vehicles, and so forth. In the past, I have gone out to assist bus drivers. There is an Orthodox school on the corner of Forest Drive and Miller Road. Teachers and students have blocked the road, driveways, and mailboxes. I would take down the license number and approach the school to request the students move their vehicles. There are rules and requirements of all walks of life that must be met. If they are not met, we will have chaos. We are requesting that Mr. Polanski return to the drawing board and submit an appropriate permit to build on these premises. We are requesting you deny this application completely. Should you choose to approve it, you will be setting a precedent for future hardship applications to construct oversized homes on undersized lots. The lot in question at present is the smallest lot on this R12 lot on Forest Drive. I might also note, I'm not an anti-Semitic. My grandmother's name on my father's side was Rachel Weinglass.
You have 30 seconds left.
I love all my neighbors. My home is kid-friendly. I am invited to weddings, Jeffrey brothers, bar mitzvahs, and so forth. This is a quality of life issue regarding the character of the neighborhood. Remember, we're all God's children.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else, please step up.
Klein, please raise your right hand. You affirm to build a home.
I affirm. This house over here is a big house. What the neighbors are saying is it's not conforming with the character of the neighborhood. Plus, there will be some major drainage problem if you approve this big monstrous house how they're putting it. But I realized something over here. The only complainers, objectors, or none of them were Orthodox Jews. The objectors look like they are Gentiles or secular Jews.
I think you should stop us.
Now, just want to bring out a point. The objectors just gave the zoning board a reason to approve this application because, accordingly to the objectors, if you approve this, their quality of life, they won't be able to live there anymore, they'll have to move out. As an Orthodox board, and no Orthodox Jewish objectors, you just gave the board the best reason to get you guys to move out and to approve this application. Thank you very much.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
And would you give us your full name and spell your last?
Sure, Johnny Mano, M-A-N-O, 52 Forest Drive. Okay, number one, the street is only, is very narrow in that area. And I live across the street from that lot. So I'm very concerned that even if someone's parked on the side of the street, I can't even back out of my driveway. I basically have to go over to their house and ask them, can they please move their car, so that I can get out of the driveway. It's very difficult maneuvering there. Again, with people parked on both sides of that street, it's very difficult. I've had school buses that have had to call the police to get people to move their cars so that they can get down the road. I have no objection to, any of our neighbors that have been moving into the area. I love all people, but I do feel that it's a little too big for the small size lot. I am also concerned that being so close to this property line over here by Mrs. Tutsoff, And then also with the proposed deck that they're talking about, which will be right on her property line. You know, that's raising an issue. And again, also in going with, I'm concerned about the ecology of the area as well, because there is a very big drop in the elevation from the beginning of that property till the end of the property. So there's going to be a great amount of fill that's going to need to be put in there, and then probably be a wall. For the runoff issue. So there's a lot of issues that are being raised here as far as building a house that size. And then, again, with 4 parking spaces in the front of it, on a, you know, a small area where the house is going to be to the street.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God? Your full name, spell your last.
My name is Michael Manno, M-A-N-N-O. I live at 52 Forest Drive. All right, there's, as the board pointed out, there's a lot of things going on in the blueprints. For instance, you talked about the deck a little bit, but there's a deck on the side of the house here that goes nowhere. There's no way to get inside the house. It's just a deck on the side of the house. There's a sliding glass door in the back of the house that has no steps going down. So there's things going on with that. That is something for the board to look over and consider. All right, now, few of the board members were here in 07 when we went through this, and we went through this basically with a fine-tooth comb for over 7 months, to the point where the board got tired of hearing it and asked councils to get together to see if they could work something out. Now, the gentleman before us said that we were against the Jewish community, which is not true. We're not against anybody. We're against arrogancy and not complying to what is good for the neighborhood, and know that there's other people in the neighborhood that you are trying to move into. With that said, they were the ones that didn't want, at the end, when they finally approved the house, they did not choose to put a house up. They let the property sit dormant since 07, and now they bring it up again, and basically we're reintroducing the same issues then as now, and I don't understand why we're even here at this point, because you've already gone through it. Mr. Flannery said he said he didn't want to waste your time, but I think this is wasting a lot of your time to rehear this whole case again, which I said was over 7 months before. It was the longest one you guys said ever went on. Okay, so I appreciate you looking at what's really going on here and stand on your what you've ruled on before. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close to the public. But before I continue, I just wanted to reiterate that what you said before. Yes, we know that we live in a diverse town, and not everyone that speaks here at the microphone has the final say of how this town should, or acts, or behaves, or represents anyone on this board. So I just want to make that clear. We do what's right and what's correct for the town, and we will continue doing so as long as we live in peace and in harmony with all our neighbors from all different walks of life and all different denominations of people. Moving forward.
So the neighbors got up and they talked about what happened in 2007, but there's been a lot has changed since 2007. In 2007, an applicant came here with no by right house that they could build on that lot. They had an undersized lot. They were at the mercy of the board, and they were complying with what made sense in 2007. Today, this applicant could go to the zoning officer tomorrow with plans in the building department for a house that's 25 feet wide by 97 feet deep. and they would get that approved with a basement, with an attic, with no restrictions on anything. That's a by right application. They're entitled to 30% lot coverage. So we heard that this house is too big for the lot. It's 24% lot coverage. When the other houses that they refer to as big houses, those are big houses. Those have 3,600 square foot footprint. If you go by their thing of, well, there's 4 levels, times that, you've got a monstrosity. That's not comparable. This is not a big house for the lot. It's a house that fits on a lot. It's a house that's smaller than we were entitled to build in, to put by right. The only thing we're asking for is instead of having it 25 by 97, to make it 30 foot wide, so it looks normal, so it's more livable, and so it accommodates the family. This application that was approved in 2007 obviously did not accommodate the families that wanted to move into the neighborhood because nobody built anything since 2007. So in 2019, the ordinance has changed. It's no longer that we're here asking for the ability to build on a 8,000 plus square foot lot because we're allowed to do that. We're asking to build 30 feet wide rather than 25 feet wide. There were comments on parking. We're providing parking in accordance with the ordinance. We're providing 4 spaces for the dwelling that's proposed. 4 spaces are what the houses that are 3,600 square foot provide for their houses. So a 3,600 footprint times 2 stories is a 7,000 square foot house. They provide 4 parking spaces. We're providing the same 4 parking spaces. They talked about the road isn't very wide. We're going to widen the road. We're going to put in curb and sidewalk in front of our property. So this applicant is doing everything that's required. The neighborhood has changed since 2007. Most of Lakewood has changed since 2007. They talked about drainage. This applicant will put in a roof recharge system so that the water coming off the roof, which is the water that would run down the back, and the engineer's office gets those routinely at plot plan. They talked about decks that are near the property line. We don't have a deck that's near the property line. The plan shows if there's a deck in the back of the house. This is a very typical Lakewood house. It's small for a Lakewood house. It's less than 4,000 square feet. It will accommodate a family that would want to move into that neighborhood and will make a good neighbor. And the only question is 25 feet wide or 30 feet wide. And 30 feet wide, in my testimony, is better for everybody.
I just have a few. Did you review this?
I reviewed that, but that was a review from 2007.
Right.
When it's different. If there's something that the board thinks is important that they would like the applicant to do within reason, the applicant is a reasonable person who wants to build a nice house on this lot rather than a 25 foot wide by 97. I remember at past meetings where the board said something that's 80 foot long is horrendous. 97 is entitled by right.
I understand that. I just want to ask you a couple questions. First of all, what if when you put drainage systems, if water shouldn't run down the back into Country Club, right, which is right behind?
We will do a recharge system that will pick up the water, and they're submitted routinely to the engineer's office with plot plan.
So no water or
the drainage impact after development will be less than before development.
Will that help the drainage problem on the street on Forest Drive?
It's not going to help Forest Drive because our water runs downhill into Country Place.
Okay.
Forest Drive, we're not impacted.
Are you Country Place? Are you going to have any roof runoffs? Will go down into this recharge system?
All the roof runoff will go into recharge
Forest
system.
Drive?
None of it will go to Forest Drive.
Okay. Can we save some trees from the property?
We will certainly save, and at plot plan, we would submit a plan to save as many trees as possible. This is a house to accommodate a family. They would like to have trees in their backyard as well. And by the board granting 30 feet wide, the house doesn't go as far back, so it's not in both neighbors' backyards. and maybe the small houses that are there now, it doesn't matter, but in some point in the future, there'll be larger houses, and a longer house is gonna be in their backyards. The shorter house will leave a backyard, it accommodates leaving more trees, and the applicant would certainly, as reviewed and deemed appropriate by the township engineer, save all the trees, practically.
Now, is your testimony that what they're seeking today is the ordinance have changed since the initial application was brought in back in 2007?
The ordinance has changed substantially since the application that was submitted in 2007.
Okay. What do you want to say something?
I have a few questions. Jerry, can I ask a question of the applicant? You can testify.
Can I ask a question of the applicant?
Of the applicant.
Sure.
The applicant here?
She's been sworn, this gentleman has, he has sworn in.
Oh, no.
The applicant was not sworn.
Yes, he was. Beginning of the meeting, we both put our hands up.
Oh.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
Okay, well, okay.
He affirmed.
He said he was, it's Shlomo Cohen, he said he wasn't testifying.
He said Brian's gonna testify, but he raised his hand. He said we both agree.
Yes, he did.
Both agree.
Okay, go ahead.
Out of abundance of caution, I want to just make sure that you
Sir, you affirm, right, before?
Yes.
Did you know about this previous application in 2007?
Not in a professional way.
I'm sorry?
Not in a professional way. I don't really involve with that. I have my computer or
So,
sorry, not that, but
but
I
you
just
were
know.
aware that there was a previous application on this property?
Yes.
When did you become aware of that?
Actually, after I purchased the property.
Around what date was that?
Around what day? I can't tell you. Sorry.
What was it? Was it after or before this application was filled out? Submitted.
Before.
So you were, at the time you filled out this application, you were aware that there was a prior application on this property?
That's correct.
On this application, you filled out this application yourself?
I don't think so.
When you signed it?
Yes, I did.
Did you read it before you signed it?
I assume so, but I can't promise you right now. I don't remember.
Are you aware that on the application, there's a question that asks if there's a previous application that was filed or heard involving these premises?
I can't remember this question.
Do you remember answering no to that question?
No, I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
It was in 2007.
It was not something.
That's not the question.
It was not something I did.
Mr. Chairman, the question is, as the previous application, was filed or heard involving these premises? The applicant wrote no. Yes? No, says no. Says no. So he knew at the time that there was a previous application. And yet he answered no. I'm not going to go into.
There's a mistake on the application. It appears to me.
Let the witness testify, Mr. Flannery.
Do you want to, what? So, now that you are aware of the fact that there was a previous application, do you think that it was important to let the board, remind the board about this previous application?
I was not aware enough what was in the previous application, because I'm not from that field. I'm not a professional builder. I was definitely not involved in any of these details, and I do think so, yeah. This is
Who did you rely on to fill out this application? To advise you on this application?
I can't recall, sorry. Maybe my builder, could be. She's behind me, but I'm not sure about it. Can't tell you.
Did we told you to understand the question? Yeah, I understand. I'm going to plan to Jerry, he wasn't born.
What?
The builders did.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Would you raise your hand? You affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Would you give us your full name and spell your last?
Yeah, Pinchas Woolman. WOLHENBLER.
And your first name again, I'm sorry?
It's Pinchas, Pinchus.
Thank you.
Were you aware of the prior application?
We were aware of it after he purchased the property. Yes.
You advise Mr. Kurlansky and how to fill out this application?
I don't remember the specific questions. If we wrote no, that we didn't know, then it must have been a mistake, and I would like to see whose handwriting it is. We were definitely in touch. I'll look at it, but I was saying before that, I spoke to Fran openly about the old one, and we were advised to submit an application.
You were aware of that?
We weren't hiding it in any way.
The prior application predated this.
So you weren't aware?
No.
The question is, if it wasn't a mistake, it wasn't a mistake.
The question is, to come before, what's bothering me, let me explain what's bothering me. To come before the board, knowing that there was an application in 2007 when we granted with a lot of stipulations, whether or not they are today, I would think it would behoove you or Mr. Flannery or somebody to raise that, and not have one of the neighbors have to raise that. I mean, frankly, it doesn't look well to anybody who's involved over here that this is kind of trying to be buried just because, it's from 2007. 2007, if I remember correctly, was after the invention and advent of computer systems. There's absolutely no reason why someone couldn't have flagged this in order to the board's attention and not that here a neighbor raise it. I mean, I'm sorry, it just smacks me. It's just unprofessional. I'm not blaming everyone over here. I don't, who's at fault, but I think that we need to be informed of what's going on and knowing that there was a prior application where we gave obviously a lot of people thought to this application. It gave a lot of stipulations based on the nature of the land. I understand, Mr. Flannery, on the 7th floor, just because you can get something by right that's worse, does not really help us. Right now we have an application which is in front of us today, and yes and no on this application. And I personally don't like, and maybe the other board members feel differently, but I personally don't like being inherently threatened by, I can build something worse there. I know that you can build something worse on a lot of neighborhoods. You can paint houses pink and put the gray doors and polka dots on them too as well, and make all the neighbors upset. I understand, everybody has that right. But when you're coming to us to ask for relief, you're asking us for relief from something onerous. And to me, when you're asking for relief from something onerous, just the fact that you can build something worse there that's not the right way to approach it. And in this situation, where it's a complicated case, to come in and to make it sound like it's so uncomplicated and it's so simple, it's disingenuous. That's what it feels like. It's just my opinion.
First of all, I don't review the applications. They sent me the plans and the report. I didn't know anybody answered no to that question. And I wouldn't have thought that was important, but I would have explained to the board that there was another application. I would have said the same thing I said afterwards, that it was 2007. And to me, this is not a complicated application, because to me, what was approved in 2007 was when the rules were different. It would be as if the zone changed. Because when what you're allowed to build there by right changes, that's a substantial change. So to me, it is a simple application. The application is 25 feet wide or 30 feet wide. And all of the objections that the neighbors have, I don't think are impacted by whether it's 25 or 30. I think the only people impacted by if it's 25 or 30 are the people that live in the house when it is built.
Mr. Kurlansky, who is SLR Investments? Sorry, come to the microphone. Who is SLR Investments?
Me.
You own that company?
That's correct.
Me.
Brian, I think what you just said, I think you missed another. What he was saying, not that you can't bring in a new application, another application that's not complicated today. All what's bothering Woody is that you wrote no instead of yes.
I understand that. And
yes.
And if I was the one who wrote no.
Wait. Yes. You would have had 5 who would see what's going on.
Yes. Understood.
It doesn't change.
I understood that, and I was surprised when the neighbor read the application where the answer was no. Because I didn't read that application. It didn't have information on it that I thought made sense on the app, and assumed it was filled out correctly.
I just want to address specifically. I hear what you're saying about the size of the lot and zoning and the reason why in this case, it would have been important to find out what the record was in the last 2007 application, is there's stuff in there about roof pitch and roof height and things like that. Now, there could be reasons for that. And what I heard from the testimony of the neighbors, the reasons were because of the, we're dealing with something that's built on the side, and they didn't want it to pop up too high or be too obvious to the neighbors behind, and that was kind of like a negotiated result that came out of that. That may be true, may not be true. Again, up to us to decide, but that's why it would have been important. I'm not faulting you. I say you don't know, Mr. Hunter, if you say you know about it, I believe you understand that you get these, and you come up, you're not involved in every step of the way over here. But my point is that it was important for us to know about this, and somebody.
Your point is understood, and I agree that when the applications are filled out, they should be filled out properly.
Mr. Chairman, Brian, any items on this list? I mean, I was there in 2007, and I was one of the ones who made the motion. Is anything on this list that you could live with today?
Well, I mean, we could go right through them. The curbs and sidewalks, we're certainly going to do that. That's part of the application. B, the maximum elevation difference. That was the old. I forget the name of the entry rule. And it was done so that people didn't rent their basements, and it was a disaster because so we don't want to do that. The roof pitch, I think the pitches that are on there look nice, they're interesting, and I don't think that limiting them other than to comply with the ordinance helps anybody out. The roof dormer on the architect's plans, I'd have to talk to the. Do you care if there's roof dormer? The applicants indicated that he could pick one side or the other and restrict that. The drainage system, we absolutely agree with the drainage system. It's the right thing to do. Sewer extension, the applicant agrees to a sewer extension. They're not going to build this on septic. The height of the dwelling shall not exceed 30 feet. We don't want to agree to that because everybody else on the block gets 35 feet. We'd like to be treated the same. This was, as they indicated, it was the applicant was here without a by right ability to build a house, so they were entitled to nothing when they came, and they were negotiating, and they were in a bad position for negotiating. The position has changed, the rules have changed, the neighborhood has changed, so we would not want to. H, we as submitted, we agreed to. I, we agreed to. The windows in the attic. Do you care about windows in the attic? Yeah, they would limit the windows in the attic, but they feel there should be some to be consistent with. K, with respect to the trees, certainly we would agree to. I don't think L, I don't think we have a dormer or a bump out, so that's not applicable. We already agreed.
It also says there will be no habitable space above the second floor.
Well, we've agreed that there'll be no stairway going straight up, but we would certainly want to have the ability on the half story, the same as everyone else has. No plumbing in the attic. Do you care about that? The applicant indicates that they would go along with M. No plumbing in the attic. The building footprint size, we don't want to agree to because we can do, and an O we can do better than that without any approval at all. And T, obviously, we would comply with all the conditions that the board requires, including the architectural upgrade in the front, the irrigation system, and all the ones we've just indicated.
Okay.
Go ahead. Brian, so I have a couple of questions here. I'm looking on the 20th. So your plot plan does not show a deck. National house plan, there is a deck, and it looks like Looks like the deck is off to the side. I mean, isn't that gonna be in your setback?
But the deck has to comply with the setback,
So it's gonna have to be in the back, because the house
it's
is
gonna be in the
30.
back. There'll be no deck on the
And now
side.
we have 10-foot setback in the deck, right? So I just wanna put that on the record, because the plans show a deck on the
I
side.
mean, the plan I'm looking at, and I don't know if perhaps it was changed, shows the deck in the back.
And there's a couple versions of this. Can I see a plan? Please. I wanna show you what I'm looking at. Maybe there's two sets. Look at that. All right, while we're taking a look at the,
The initial architectural plans submitted, RVE said the plans don't match the plot plan, and then the plan that I handed was, my understanding was recent.
119, we had to use that 119. You have it? Was 16. The vote was 16. The revision date on the drawing? The revision date is on the revision date. No, it's not exactly. No, it's not exactly. What's the line? What's the line over there? Guys. Excuse me. Thank you.
I don't know what you're at.
This is the same. We have a portion of the side over here. You don't have it. This would, yeah, two entrances to the basement. There are two entrances over here. I don't see two entrances, I don't see two entrances over here. The door is here, but this is the basement entrance. Okay, so this is the entrance to the upstairs. Hang on one second, one thing about it. This is the entrance, this is the entrance to the basement, which is right here. No, one is to the basement. Okay, this is the basement.
Gentlemen, let's get it on the record, whatever we're saying, please.
Yeah. This one here, the front steps is to the basement, where the rear steps. The side steps to the basement. This door is going upstairs to the house. Okay, so it looks like it's the same area, up by the buffer, but it's not. It's going down under the mudroom. This is flush with the apartment. So this is upstairs to the apartment, this to the basement. This side porch we were worried about before, which is in the back, right? This one.
Which one? Why that one?
Because
You don't know the exemption.
he was discussing the fill and the
Mr. Chairman, I understand. My point is that when you submit multi plans, I don't know who gave you the picture.
which plans do you guys have? Which plans did you review?
I have 416.
No, the dates are exactly the same.
Dates and then I'm going to these.
I have the plan that has the deck on the side.
You have the.
Is that the plan that you reviewed, and that's the letter? That's the only plan we have.
And the plan that we testified that there's no deck on the side, but the plan that you have.
But the plan you have was wrong, was not.
The architectural plan does not agree with the variance plan. The variance plan shows no decks at all. That's the plan you're approving.
The architectural plan that you're holding does not show the grade on how it butts up against the foundation, or what's sticking out and what isn't. And that's what one of the public had discussed, where we ran into a problem.
This is not the plan that I have, because this is the deck in the back.
Okay.
I have the one with the deck on the side.
Correct, and your plan does not have this whole, slope.
Correct, that looks different.
That looks different as well. So therefore, we have a problem moving forward with this application, because it's not exactly what was reviewed by our engineer.
Correct.
That was the initial plan that was submitted. There was an error. The architect apparently did not put a revision date on the other plan. They requested
That one, the one you handed us now.
The one that I handed you, yes, should have had a revision date.
Good, excellent. So now I have a problem. I can't continue this application because our engineer did not review the proper blueprints with the drainage easements and the property lines and so on and so forth.
So if the applicant gets him and the board updated architectural plans with the revision date properly, they could also update the application if the board felt that was appropriate to check it off the chassis, even though we all know it'll anyway.
I need our engineer to properly look at the architectural, compare it with variance map. I'm sorry, engineer. Our engineer to.
Well, we could give him that plan this evening if he could review it within 3 weeks by the next meeting, if he could carry us to the next meeting.
And if you can get us a proper
Yes.
report.
Yes. Yes, and an application, a corrected
Corrected
application.
application.
All at least 10 days before the.
Yes.
Jerry, if they do that, will people who have to testify have to come back and testify again?
They don't have to come back and testify, you can accept
New
it.
application, right?
But they can come back and testify based upon no application if they wish. But you can accept their testimony from before.
We don't have to renotice.
So we can
table it.
We can continue where.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
If I could just make a quick comment on the new plans, when they come in, if you can show the recharge, because some of the neighbors came up with that they have the drainage where it's gonna go all the way down. If it can show where it goes into the backyard and underground and gets recharged, like this, you know, and probably maybe some trees or vegetation along the sides. That would be helpful. And what about widening the road?
We're going to widen the road in accordance with township standards and provide curb and sidewalks.
In front of your property.
In front of our property.
If the property is going to need, when you mentioned that you were gonna send the topography to the engineer as far as, how it
When
lays out.
we do the plot plan, we would have exact grades on
You wouldn't have that at the time of the application,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
If you determine that you want to need a retaining wall, add that to the plan as well.
Okay.
As far as, so.
Okay. Jerry, you have to renotice, or we just table it without renotice?
You can table it and make an announcement to the public that will be heard again on the 22nd, presuming that everything is in hand at the Fran's office at least 10 days before the 22nd.
Okay. So we're gonna continue hearing this application. Can I have a motion to table this application? Make a motion by Mayor Gelli, second by Machine Burn. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gilly?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
Yes.
Mr. Inger?
Yes.
Mr. Gross?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
Yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, it should be made public that it will be continued to July, 3 weeks from tonight, July 22nd, 7 o'clock.
We will continue this application July 22nd.
Plans have to be on file at least 10 days before the 22nd.
And we won't be renoticed?
No, you're getting notice now.
Okay, thank you. Good night. Moving forward, we're gonna go to another application, 4125 Karen Mack.
47 Winds Drive, Brunswick.
But before we continue, I would like to see the members here for 4124 Base Vendors Pine Street. I got noticed, no, who's the applicant? Spencer, are you here for that? I just got noticed when I was outside before that Alvin Vitale is not going to be showing up tonight. Maybe that, and Rose is going to have to recuse himself because he'll be here with 4 members. Therefore,
I would like to say,
go ahead.
first let me apologize to the board. The problem is that our seller realized this is a very valuable piece of land, that he could do all kinds of things. So he put very strong restrictions. If I'm not heard about whatever happened by July 8th, I have nothing to talk about. So I have to move forward and apologize. I also understand that in January, the board said...
Excuse me, one second. Please exit quietly. Thank you.
That the board said that in the event there's not a quorum, and I understand there's a use variance here, which means I need to have 5 votes, that I could ask for 4 sitting and 3 should listen to tonight's hearing. And it is, we checked, Brian checked before. I believe he said that it was alive at that point. Yes. It was. So we would ask them to listen to this portion of it over here. I have no choice. If not, the application dies. So I do apologize.
Mr. Penzer.
Yes.
Mr. Penzer. I have a personal problem. Me as a personal member on the board, 3 members to listen to or read transcripts when there's a whole back and forth going during an application. 1 member, I know the board's policy has been that if you have 6 members, you can wait for the vote until somebody reads the transcripts. If you have 5 members, you can then table the application if it's our fault we didn't supply you with the proper quorum. On 4 members, 3 people to listen to an application, and just by hearsay and listening to tapes, it's not the same as if you really actually hear. I don't know what to tell you, but 4 members is not a quorum. 3 members to listen to it is not the same effect that would be if you have on a full quorum or at least 1 or 2 people listen. It would be my opinion, and I like this for my fellow board members to think.
Before you do, I respect what you say, and I respect this board. Unfortunately, if we do what you say, and you say you don't allow us, then effectively you've killed my deal. Because if I don't be heard, it's so difficult, and I don't know if I can say this publicly or not, but my seller is so difficult. He's put so tough dates. We've been living under living hell for the dates to meet this date. We've driven Mr. Schmuckler to almost drink. We've done everything possible that we have to get into. What? Could be, because it is that or me getting nuts. I don't have a choice. So I plead on behalf of my client that if I don't be heard tonight, and I know you're right, and I respect it, but I don't have a choice. If you tell me that I can't be heard, then effectively
it's extremely hard to do the proper thing for the Township of Lakewood on a board which is less than a quorum.
Agreed. But I must tell you as a lawyer, and I will direct my point to Mr. Dasty, it is my legal opinion that when this rule was done in January, that it did not qualify how many people would read a transcript. As long as there was a quorum present, they would read and say 1 or 3. And I have the right, under your rule, to demand that, especially in light of the fact that I have a contract which is an intolerable seller. And I do apologize to you and the board for putting you in this position. I don't have a choice.
Mr. President, you mentioned July 8th. Assuming for the sake of the discussion that the board were to agree with your request, they don't meet again until July 22nd.
That's fine. I had my hearing, and you're not voting, but I had the hearing. At least I can argue if I have to go to court or a biblical court, I have something to talk about that I at least did what I had to do. You can start the hearing.
I have a suggestion, okay?
You have to finish the hearing. At least I started and I have the hearing.
That's what I was going to say. You wanted to start the hearing and then continue it on July 22nd. Not to read the transcripts, but to continue it and just recoup and rehash the testimony that was discussed during the first hearing and today's hearing. I'll be okay with that.
But I don't know if it goes up for an appeal. I think that I could mislead you, and I don't want to do that. I don't think that a court from Tom's River will allow, not, that I might have missed something or not, without having somebody read that. To say that I can just restart like that would be foolish.
The person will have to read it, but you'll have to continue it and rehash the application. So at least it could be a dialogue back and forth.
Well, either way, Chairman, it's not going to be, assuming for the sake of the discussion that you agree with Mr. Penza, there won't be a vote this evening.
That's right.
And whoever's not here tonight, who is going to vote on July 22nd, has to certify that they listened to the tape or watched the tape.
Correct, but what I don't want to be is like in the past, what we've done was, no more testimony, no one has to say anything. We read the transcript, good, let's vote. That's what I don't want.
No,
What I don't want is that, let's vote. What I want is that read the transcripts, get the feeling and the flavor of the application, and let's continue the application, and then rehash a little bit of what was discussed, so that we can get into it with full force.
yes, there's also another fact as well. If you look at this audience here, 90% of here, I would ask you to stand up or raise whoever's here for this application, so the board will understand. And also, you know, this.
What's wrong? Come back next month. I'd love to see you all there.
They have rights as well. They have rights, well, they came to a meeting, assuming that it would be heard. So at least they can get a flavor of the majority.
But as long as you understand, it's not going to be just reading the transcripts and then going to the vote.
I understand that.
Good.
I also would like you to understand that I apologize. This was not done to catch you. My neck is up against the wall. I don't have a choice. And you'll hear part of the application.
I just
Why?
put this off your neck.
Okay,
Okay?
let's go
Thank you.
forward.
Let's continue to the next application.
Okay.
Thank you.
4125 Karen Mack.
40 Summerwinds Drive, lot 1449, lot 4.44, R40 zone. Construction 10 by 14 sunroom on existing concrete patio. Required setback is
Okay, guys, please.
16.83.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth? Can you each give us your, as you testify, give us your full name and spell your last name?
Karen Mack, 40 Summerwinds.
M-A-C-K.
M-A-C-K.
My name is Dominic Ronco, W-R-O-N-K-O, and I'm the project manager for the Sunny Company Tri-State Building Specialists.
Go ahead.
What Mrs. Mack is proposing to do is build a 10-foot by 14-foot three-seasonal sunroom on the back of her property over an area of an existing concrete patio where 20 foot is required, 25.63 feet exists, and 15.63 feet is proposed for the rear yard setback.
Before we continue, do we need any special letter from the association that they're okay with it?
I have one, if you need.
You have one?
Yes.
Can I see it? Thank you. Excuse me?
I had to do that first.
Okay, I don't have one.
Mr. Ronco, what's the date of the letter?
April 24th.
April 24th, 2019. Does our attorney have a copy of this?
No.
You have another copy of this? Okay, give me a second.
Mr. Ronco, why don't you, while the chairman's reading, why don't you generally indicate what you believe that letter says?
It asks to make sure that, from the association?
Yes.
It's just granting approval for what we're proposing.
This application, the back is empty there. Yeah. That is true. Okay. That's one for you, real fast, okay?
this is A1, Chairman. We're going to keep this copy for the record. Is that okay?
That's fine.
I'll read the first sentence. The architectural, this is on the letterhead of Four Seasons Community Association, Inc., dated 4/24. The Architectural Control Committee is pleased to inform you that your above reference modification has been approved and it gives 9 conditions. Are you okay with the 9 conditions?
Yes.
Does any fellow board members have any questions on this application? Seeing none, anyone from the public want to be heard on bill number 4125, Karen Mack, with the sunroom? Seeing no one go to the public. Final comments or a motion on this application?
Has anybody else on this development done this type of work?
Yes, actually, my neighbor has one, that's exactly,
Exactly the same as this?
well, I don't think he built it, because it was there, but.
But size-wise, it's
Yeah, there are existing patios, cement patios in the back of each of the houses. She has one already there, it looked really nice at that time.
go for it.
Can I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Motion from Woody Gross to approve, second from Mayor Gelli. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gelli?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
Yes.
Mr. Inger? Mr. Gross?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
Yes. Good night and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We're going to be taking a 10-15-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to go into appeal number 4124, base measures, Pine Street.
What about?
Application for 4127, Covington Village Communities. Who's here for that application?
Gross.
Mike Gross? Okay.
Next meeting, he's got a deadline That's a little problem. No, that's what.
Appeal number 4124, is Bennett of Pine Street.
Ready? 307 Pine Street, lot 7744.04, lot 18, R10 zone. Preliminary and final major subdivision to create 2 new duplex lots and 2 new lots for the construction of a synagogue on each lot.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Abraham Penzer, appearing on behalf of the application. Actually, the application is a little bit different in that it's not for 2 synagogues, it's for a synagogue and a mosque.
I'm going to take you short for just a second. I just want you to put on the record that you are agreed to move forward with a board of 4 members, which is less than a quorum.
Yes, and we also agreed that there will be no vote tonight at all. We will not finish this application until the next hearing on July 22nd, and we will try to have that the other members would listen in and try to hear it, and if not, we'll summarize, but I would love to have them hear what I'm saying tonight as well, to make sure they don't miss any pieces of information.
Okay, so then you're the driver's seat, you won't come, how long you want to go?
Thank you very much.
You want to stop for 10 minutes? Okay with you. Okay? So it's all up to you now.
For the record, because I don't know where this case is going, because I'm under a contract, I just wanted to say that if the case goes to a court or a Besdin, any case, I am trying to go as long as I can so that I can say that I had a hearing and I satisfied my contractual obligation. So I'm going to try to get, not to sit as much as I would really like to, but enough to be able to cover, to be able to say that I did have a hearing, even though I didn't finish it today. With that in mind, just to correct the information that Fran gave, is that it's not a 2 synagogues, it's a synagogue and a religious courtroom, a Besdin, in regard to it. Having said that, just to give a little bit illustration of the area, this shul, base measure shul, exists. It's across the street right now in a trailer-type structure, and it's been extremely successful. Tonight is a very big honor to me because I was the first attorney that made moves in this area and did the approval of Forest Park. When I did Forest Park many years ago, at that point there was a question whether or not that Pine Street would develop. Tonight is a culmination of about 30 years in that area, that this is the last piece to be developed in the area, and hence why this is so important. This property is split zoned. It's zoned R75 and R10. Therefore, as a matter of right, there's a number of duplexes that could be built. And the seller realizes the value of this property. My clients, knowing that they have been in operation for several years, and with Hashem's help, tremendously successful, and in a few moments you'll hear their distinguished Rav Gersh Levy will tell you a little bit about it, has sought out is a local shul. This is one of the few cases that comes before you where instead of speculating how much a shul is being used, this shul is actively being used, and we can see what its pattern is and what the pattern in the future will be. It's not a situation where there's going to be new developments and new building around there. This is the end. This is, as we say in French, the denouement, the end. So this is where we are at this point.
Parlez-vous français?
Oui, monsieur. Oui, oui.
Habla español? ¿Tanto tiempo sin verte?
So, having said that,
Is that Yiddish?
Yes. Having said that, to give you a flavor of those who know the area, there was two distinguished rabbis in the area there, Rabbi Eisenstein, Rabbi Herzke, both who unfortunately passed away. But that's the caliber of the people that we're dealing with. Tonight you see some of these lovely people who've been sitting here for over an hour because they want to show you how much they love their shul, how much they're coming forward for the shul, and that they live in the neighborhood. They're not driving to the neighborhood. They live in the neighborhood. And the property which they were using today, right now, has no parking whatsoever. Why? How did it exist? How did they have a shul for so long, so many years, without any parking? Because everybody lives in the neighborhood. This is probably the best example of a neighborhood shul that's been used that you have before you. So I know this board is very concerned with parking. This board is concerned with various accoutrements that they have over here in the neighborhood. This case, you can see what goes on. The secondary use is also a great deal of problem. Beis Medrash Chabad is a bezdin, which has now become all over the United States. It's put Lakewood on the map, where there's a beautiful bezdin there is on 4th Street. But here, there's a bezdin which is now saying that wherever there is a Jewish dispute, Jewish law that needs to be made, they can do manifest throughout the United States. And we have this, it's right now located in my bank. And they need to move out because they need to have, they've outgrown to another stature where they're bringing Lakewood on the map all over the United States. And this is the place they want because this is the area where they are. They know the area, and we know the area. And that's what the application before you tonight is. Without further ado, I would like to introduce the Rav of the Shul to say a few words, Rabbi Gershon Levy.
Yes, sir. Before we continue.
Yes, sir.
I think we might have another bit of an issue here with the signature that we was brought up before. Previous application been filed, and the answer is blank, appeal number is blank, but I have an appeal right here in my hands on this property.
To be very honest with you, I didn't follow the application. I've never seen it before, so
Okay.
I'd love to see it, but I don't know what the history of the property is, and it could be various right. I personally do not know anything
Let me
about
just
it.
make sure that it's for this piece of property. It's for block 774.04, lot 13. Is this 774?
Yes.
Okay, so we have the same issue.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
okay, so if it's blank, you can't know it's something different.
Nothing blank, shoot straight up, you know?
We have a dying here, we can talk about
Right.
it. We can talk about it.
But just for the record, let's continue.
Okay. Having said that, he would affirm.
Rabbi, do you affirm? And could you give us your full name and spell your last?
My name is Rabbi Gershon Levy, L-E-V-Y. I live at 18th Street, Lakewood. I am the Rav of the Bible Shul, And currently, we're in a trailer. We're looking to build a beautiful building that the neighborhood would be proud of. Even though we're not planning that the school should be a mini factory, and we're not planning that the assembly hall, which is going to be in the school, should be used for events or weekdays. In place of my testimony and the congregants which are attending this meeting tonight, I respectfully request the approval of this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford, any questions? No. I would like to call Brian Flannery and have you sworn in.
Mr. Flannery, do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
I do. Brian Flannery, Jackson, New Jersey, licensed professional engineer and professional planner. I didn't do that application either.
What is the delay of Mr. Flannery's potential, because since this may go to court, maybe the
I think I know Mr. Flannery for a number of years, and as long as the police professionals, I better remain honest.
No, we stipulate Mr. Flannery is an expert professional planner and professional engineer, testified here ad nauseam hundreds of times.
Okay, can you tell us what the exhibits that you have, please?
A1 is a copy of the sheet 3 of 17 of the plan submitted. It shows the outbound of the property in orange. It shows in pink the subdivision lines to create the Destin and the Jewel and the 2 duplexes on each side. A2 is a copy of the sheet 107 of the tax map showing the subdivision property in orange. I think this is a very vocal site in Lakewood. I think everybody knows where the intersection of Pine Street and Dr. Martin Luther King Drive is. There's an existing home on the site. I do have recollection of the approval that was approved on the site previously, and I believe it was duplexes were approved there previously. As this plan indicates, it's in R75, split R75, R10. There was at one point a recommendation to rezone this whole R10 on this side of Pine Street to R75 because that is pretty much the nature of the development in that area. You can see on the on A2 on the other side of Martin Luther King Drive, there's numerous duplexes. There's also, if you go one block west, there was an approval by this board that was rather notorious at the time, where there were single-family zero lot lines on 3,700 square foot lots. And what happened is the neighbors came out and they came to the board and they said, this is our neighborhood, this is what makes sense here, this is what we want. And the board unanimously approved those 3,700 square foot lots. We're here this evening asking for duplexes on, one is in a split zone where most of the duplexes in the R75, the ordinance allows that when you have a split zone, you can take 20 foot of the less restrictive zone and treat it as the more restrictive zone. So virtually all of the duplex in the northern part of it would be in the R75 zone. And there we're asking for 9,971 square feet, where 10,000 square feet would be required. And the board, since they hadn't heard my testimony ad nauseum, would know that I would refer to that as a de minimis exception. The other lot, which is clearly in the R10 zone, where 12,000 square feet is required, we have 10,289 square feet. So if the board generally likes something closer to 11,000, so that it can say that it's not a substantial variation from the zoning requirement. My testimony would be in this case that due to the nature of the surrounding development, it is consistent with prior approvals. I've heard comments that the board would never approve something of that size in an R10 zone, but I know this board takes each application separately and looks at the facts in the case, and I'm hoping the board will do this. This isn't going to set any precedent. Everything that's done.
Mr. Flannery, how the duplexes across the street on Martin Luther King Drive, what zone is that in?
That's in the R75 zone.
And how big are those lots?
Those are roughly in the neighborhood of 10,000 square feet. But as I pointed out, in that same R75 zone, there's single-family detached on 3,700 square foot lots. So we're looking for, if you take half of these, because that would be similar to a zero lot line, if we take half of them, we're looking at roughly 5,000 square foot lots. So they're larger and consistent with what the board approved a block to the west. Also, I know the board looks at applications that are submitted, even, one of the things in the R12 zone, there's no duplexes in the R12 zone, but they have been approved in the R12 zone, and there's always special reasons. I'm saying that for this particular property, there are special reasons. We have a shul and a Beis Din, a neighborhood shul that already exists, a Beis Din which is an inherently beneficial use, and the slight variations in the area are not something that anyone's going to notice. If you have all rectangular lots next to yourself, like the 3,750 square foot lot, everybody can see they're small. This particular application, you're not going to see that. Additionally, the only neighbor that's really impacted by this on Pine Street to the east is in the audience this evening. So if he feels that, well, he's been noticed, and if he had a problem, he would come forward and express to the board that he has a problem. I've seen the audiences at hearings all along, and you can get a feeling from the audience as to the favorability of the application. And I think when the board does open this up to the public, you'll find that this neighborhood, and based on past experiences in this neighborhood is going to find this an appropriate use and a beneficial use, and will agree with my justification for the variances that I would provide. Now, if the board felt they wanted that one lot that's 10,289 square feet a little bigger, we can add pieces of the Beis Din lot to it to make the area bigger. My opinion would be that doesn't really help because it's going to be the same thing on the ground. It's going to look the same, and in my testimony, looking the same is going to be appropriate for the neighborhood. There's a traffic light at the intersection. There's a traffic light at this intersection, so the vehicles stop. It provides a good place for this type of use. The Beis Din lot, as you see, has parking on both sides, so if there's contentious, I don't know if they'd be called litigants or whatever, there's separate parking lots so that they don't have to park next to each other and smash car doors or whatever else may occur. It's been well thought out, it's been well planned, and it's my testimony that it's appropriate. If the board wanted to look at, we have a couple options of adding little pieces to that lot to make it better. We could certainly do that and get input from the board, but it would be my testimony that as designed, it's appropriate. I can go through the variances and the justification for the variances unless the board had a different direction.
I have a different direction with the variances. Again, I'm going to repeat myself. Just for the record, we're full members, so I'm only speaking on behalf of four board members and on behalf of myself. And if anyone of you four three decide that I'm saying something wrong, please step up. This board has never, and very seldom, I should say never, more than seldom, given an approval in an R10 on 10,020 square feet. You said we tried to be close to the 11,000 mark. How about close to the 11,500 mark? It's 11. 4 or 5, not 11. But I understand where you're coming from, so I'll let you slide on that one, okay? But to say that this board has given it close to the 11,000 mark, just to correct the record, no, we don't do it 11,000 either. And yes, we are going to look at this board, at this application, at the precedent of giving a variance from 10,200. I would like to see what you mentioned and how you have other subdivisions, how I can get closer to the 11,000 mark, and see what we can do about it. Okay, I looked at it, I can't see anything. However, as you were saying before, perhaps 2 single-family houses here, 5,000, maybe it's better. I don't know. Maybe you have to show me it will be better than what I just recommended, the two houses on 5,000 square feet. But to tell you that I feel comfortable giving you approval, from me personally. 3 other members, 7 members would decide differently. Hey, you're in luck. To say that I'm okay with 10,200 on R12, no, I'm not.
R10.
R10, I'm sorry. On R10, no, I'm not. So if you have something to show me how you can finish up this piece of property, I'm going to go ahead.
2 plans that have been prepared by New Lines. One takes a little piece in the front and a little piece in the back and adds it to it. The other takes a bigger piece in the back and adds it to it. And it makes it a lot that doesn't have perpendicular lot lines, but it increases the area to more than 11,000 square feet.
So that means that we're putting a square peg on a round hole?
No, this isn't square or round. This is a creative geometry to get additional square footage into the lot. My testimony is that really should be something we can focus on. And I could bring other previous applications that the board has granted where they've granted variances, but anytime I brought them in the past, the board really doesn't want to see them because each one of them had special reasons. And I'd rather talk about the special reasons for this one than the board has done in the past.
A long time we finally learned.
What's that?
A long time we finally learned.
Thank you. I'll hand out copies of
If it's something which needs to have reviewed by our engineer, then I don't think I'm going to look at it tonight because I need our engineer to review it first. And when you come back at the next hearing, our engineer can look at it, write up a report, and we'll go from there.
Mr. Flannery, is there a date on those 2 plans?
3/25/19. That was the 2 little pieces. Coming by with the
Brian. Yes, it's very simple. He's adding on another piece of slice of pizza over here in the parking lot, which belongs to the other piece of property. He's adding on another piece of sidewalk in the back, so therefore it's like a crazy shaped lot. Right. Thank you. Next. And here he's adding on another piece over here into the garbage dumpster. So all these pieces looks like it's going to have a cross easement. So again, Brian, this is a cross easement piece over here. I don't know if we can consider a cross easement piece part of 11,000 square feet, but half of it has to go away for an easement. If this would be 11,300, 11,400, and you need to get up there, you get a little closer to the 12, I would accept it, but not to say straight away, hey, I got 11,000. You know, you might as well give me a piece of the back over here also. Hey, I got 11,000. It's another piece of back. Well, you can't get rid of it. It'll be like from Gaza to Jerusalem, you know? What difference does it make?
It makes a difference if the board is focusing on the area rather than on the beneficial uses and the development that's proposed. I think when you're talking about that 10,289 square foot lot, if it's a regular rectangular shape with other ones next to it, it stands out. Here, you're in between the Denison and a single-family home. I think we could certainly talk about the benefits of it, or we could talk, I would go through the justification for the the land use law, but I wanted to get your feedback on that, and it seems like your feedback is those don't work for you, and they don't need that.
Again, I'm one of 7.
Right.
You might have a better something here.
The only thing we're hoping is that if the board had some direction on that, they could give it to us this evening, then we have time when we come back for the next meeting.
We don't have a direction right now because this is a very hard situation. I got to think about it and come up with something, perhaps between now and the next application. I'll have some idea and some direction on it.
Well, I can give you the justification for the use variances based on the master plan and the municipal land use law. And whether we tweak it a little one way or another, my professional opinion relating to that is going to be the same. The master plan of 2017 on page 2 talks about population growth, and it talks about how the growth has projected. It continues on page 3, where it indicates that in 2015 there were a total of 4,464 births. We know it's more than that now, and it concludes with, based on this information, it's important that Lakewood plan residential development to house its growing population, and this would do that. This provides 4 housing units in an area where they're appropriate, in an area where other housing units of 3,750 square feet exist. On the same master plan vision statement on page 7 indicates encourage development and redevelopment based on smart growth planning principles, such as a balanced mix of land uses, pedestrian-friendly, and transit-oriented environments with a sense of place. This has that sense of place because you're taking a Benston and a neighborhood shul, a very successful, well-respected neighborhood shul, and you're making an appropriate place for them, and you're providing housing opportunities consistent with that. The master plan strategies on page 8 encourage the redevelopment of existing underutilized site, and this certainly is an underutilized site, and this would be a redevelopment.
More than housing, right?
Excuse me?
More than housing.
Well, yes, more than housing. It provides 2 beneficial uses, and a room full of people that will attest to that, and it provides housing opportunities in addition. The municipal land use law, NJ 1840:55E2, under the purpose of the Act, A is encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And this does this. The uses that we're proposing are inherently beneficial uses. The duplexes are not inherently beneficial uses, but they promote the public health and the general welfare. The establishment, E, is promote the establishment of appropriate population densities and concentration that will contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, community reasons, and preservation of the environment. We can certainly put all residential on this lot and leave the shul on the other side of the street and in the trailers. We'd have more units, we'd have more density, but we wouldn't have the project, the good project that's good for the community that you have here this evening. If that's all we had over here was duplexes on this lot, as many as we could squeeze in and conform with the ordinance, we wouldn't have a room full of people in support of the application. G is to provide sufficient space and appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses in open space, both public and private, according to their respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. This project meets the needs of the Lakewood citizens, more than even just the New Jersey citizens. So we're looking for a D variance. This site is particularly well suited for this. It's right across the street from the existing shul. It's at an intersection with a light. It's in an area that has other lots of the same size, so it is particularly well suited. And the special reasons, as I presented from the master plan and the municipal land use law, certainly support that. And it's my testimony that the board can grant this relief without any detriment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance, and without any substantial detriment to the public good, that it'll actually benefit the public good. I can go through the...
Sorry. I heard enough. everything you said is wonderful.
Thank you.
And everything you said, whatever you said is probably true because you read it out of the paper. Next issue. As per your map, I need an answer today. We need an answer when we continue this next meeting. You require 38 spaces. You're giving me 24. There's a big difference in numbers over here. Okay? Now, 24, when you're requiring, of course, I think of the county, that what you're going to tell me, they dive in the morning, they dive at night, the bases up during the day, you use them back and forth, but you're still short.
Well, we're short of independent spaces, but when you have shared parking, I can read you from the.
You have a total of 24.
Yes.
So now, total of 24, you're short, how many spaces? 16 spaces. 14 spaces, right? 14 spaces in total, okay? What are we doing, how are we getting 14 extra spaces collectively combined? Yeah, I know that it's a neighborhood shul, people walk, people leave their cars there, I got that answer. I don't know blueprints, I don't know if there's a social hall, I don't know if there is a sink hall, I don't know what the best is gonna look like. I have no idea if there's gonna be 2 social halls, one in the basement building and one in the shul building. I don't know if there's gonna be any extra offices or not. I have no blueprints. So I can't even begin to start thinking on how, I don't have blueprints. No.
Well, we will make sure for the next meeting that the board has the architectural plans.
Architectural, I don't have any architectural. Okay. I don't have architectural. No. Does anyone have any architectural? Do you have architectural? I do. You do? Well, I don't. Okay. And Al, do you have architectural? No. None of us have architectural. So, since we have to do that, I'm not going to look at it right now. Okay? So, we need to address that as well. So, unless you want to come back with another piece of paper showing me that you have extra spaces down the block and around the corner, and you have a shuttle service going back and forth, fine. You know, we'll take that into account.
Well, we would present testimony on the need, and if the board feels they'd like to hear someone from the shul discuss the shared parking arrangements and the usage, and I know the board is also very concerned with the halls only being for Shabbos or holidays, but we will provide all of that testimony at the next meeting.
Okay. All right, so what else? Is there anything else? Mr. Penzer, are you satisfied? You have enough homework to come back next month?
Yes, the only thing I would respectfully say is that I think this rises I think that both uses rise to the fact of inherently beneficial variance. I think each one is inherently beneficial. I think the Bezdin, I think the shul is something that's needed very much in the neighborhood. It's used in the neighborhood. And if you don't want to live in it, your points are well taken. But as you know, every application has to be looked at on its own merits. Right now, there's a shul that's sitting there in a trailer with 0 parking.
So,
one second, let me finish. I apologize, I'm maintaining the record. So, at this point right now, we went from 0 lot line, 0 parking, to something over here that we're almost there. We will look. Certainly, we have the time, and I thank you for that. If my distinguished seller will let me live, that I have to come back on the 22nd, we will hopefully have answers to you, and we will search to see if there are other solutions. But I understand what you're saying, that you can't set a precedent. On the other hand, we have to look at the facts on the grounds. This is unique. This is probably the only place where you can see what the facts on the ground were. And here was an existing shul, which has lasted all these years with 0 parking. How do you answer that question?
You're 100% right. It's an existing shul that answers no parking. However, you have trailers now and he's going into this beautiful beautiful building.
But the people are not gonna be
With-
coming from up
I
there.
know. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 offices, 8 offices. You know, I don't know what these offices are all about. Are these rental offices?
So we can give you testimony.
Okay, fine. I don't know, and I don't see a basement plan. I don't see, is there gonna be a social hall in the basement? For bar mitzvahs, sheriff office,
It's not the intent.
you know, kitten on the, when the basement out, the signs are get, is there gonna be a social hall in the basement?
I don't think so. I don't think it fits with the milieu that they have.
I don't know. I
don't think so.
can't see it. I don't have it, I can't see it. Okay?
The only thing I would ask before you terminate this application, out of respect, which we've never done before, but out of respect to not to make people come back, if we could just have anybody who's for the application and for the record, to maintain a record.
I can come back to show, to see the show.
Okay, you know what? There are a number of people here, we don't have to inconvenience them, we don't have to.
Okay.
If you want to, I enjoy the show,
That's fine.
I watch it very much. What?
That's fine. I was only kidding around.
I understand, but there are people here who have lives to lead, and they want to show you how much they care for the shul, that their lives are tied into the shul. This is not a situation where if you turn it down, that means they're gonna be stuck in that trailer, and they're gonna rot in the trailer. That's not a fair
Okay, go ahead.
So I would just ask, with your kind permission.
You got it. You got my
If there's
permission.
anybody that would specifically, normally speaking, you have to understand the board is extending a very big.
What's it, do you want them to speak now? Or do you want them to show,
No.
or show them hands?
Either way.
I know
Just show
what everyone's,
hands.
I know what everyone's gonna say.
Okay.
So you want 3 guys to speak, fine, the rest, show of hands, I know everyone's here for it, I don't have to.
I
repeat
think
it over and
come
over
back
again.
on July 22nd, please stand up and say, is there anybody here in the neighborhood that is against this application? Let the record indicate there's nobody.
Are you against the application?
Part of it.
Good. You wanna come back next month, I wanna hear you?
So let the record indicate I said wrong. There was one person out of approximately 140.
One second. So, there's one gentleman, since the application isn't closed, I cannot hear what you have to say. When you'll come back next month, we will hear what you
That's
have to
fine.
say. 22nd, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 3 weeks.
You're right.
I'm going to reflect that there's about 40 people in favor of the application.
Guys, thank you. You can proceed. Okay. Maybe. Mr. Penzer, are we ready to table?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Can I have a motion to table the application?
I make a motion to table, I think about application 4127, 22nd of July.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Mayor Gelli to table it to July 22nd, and a second by Hal Hollis.
And if you want to come back.
Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gilli?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
Yes.
Mr. Ingber? Mr. Halberstam?
Yes. This application will continue on July 22nd here in this court.
May I respectfully ask that we be one of the first ones to be heard?
I didn't see the calendar yet, but I will try my best to do it.
If you could, I would.
I did not see the calendar, I know that I don't have the application.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Quietly, so we can continue. Can we ask everyone to please leave, exit quietly? I need to continue. Mr. Penzer? Mr. Penzer? Exit quietly. Thank you.
4127?
Excuse me, ma'am, question.
Wait.
The sketches that were submitted, what are we doing?
You're gonna look at them and tell me you're fine, right? Report on it.
You're aware they have no numbers or anything?
No.
You don't mind?
2127 Covington Village Condominium Association, Local Street, Lot 1082, Lot 9, segregation of Covington Village, subdivide existing community into two separate lots, amend prior site plan approval, conditional use variance relief.
Mr. Chairman, Michael J. Gross, Giordano Allen, 6.
Decline, thank you.
Representing the applicant. We heard your direction previously with respect to only having 4 members, so we respectfully like the matter carried until the 22nd.
Sure. I just want to, okay, we have a very packed agenda. We might bounce you off to September.
I would love to start tonight, but, I heard your speech.
Look at that.
Yeah.
A board like this really ties me.
Okay.
I can't,
All right. But if we're not going to get reached, we...
You're not going to finish tonight?
No, on the 22nd.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, fine. So can I have a motion to table appeal number 4127, Covington Village Condominium Association for July 22nd?
I make the motion.
Motion from Mayor, motion for a second by Al Hobbs, Madam Secretary, roll call. What? Are we done?
Mr. Gelli.
Yes.
Mr. Halverson.
Yes.
Mr. Ingber.
Yes.
Mr. Gross.
No.
That's why we carry.
There is one caveat.
Yes.
We did submit a traffic report. I don't think there's any controversy with respect to that report, but nobody from Mr. Kennel's firm can be here on the 22nd.
Okay, so this is what I'll tell you. If we get the application, you have the report.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
We have the report.
Yeah, we have
Right.
the report.
We have the report.
If we don't like what we get the report, then if we get the application, if we don't like what we see in the report,
Right.
then perhaps we'll continue into September. But if we do like what we get in the report, if we do like what we see in the report, then we'll just.
Right, the report only indicates the levels of service, and they're fine.
I was going to say it's level up, I think.
No, it's not.
It's not.
I think it's C.
But whatever it is. But if we have an issue with it, then we'll be forced to table it to September.
I understand.
But if we don't have an issue with it, let's go with it.
Okay, let's try to get this done in July.
You got
We
it.
really do it. We have time constraints also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone that's here for appeal number 4127, Covington Village Condominium, that application will be heard on July 22nd. On July 22nd. We go. Okay, thank you. Good night. Can we have resolutions? All in favor of resolutions from July? Can we vote Jerry? Can we vote on resolutions?
Okay, make a motion to approve 413, 412, 422, 417, 416, 375, 888.
Are we in favor to pay bills?
Pay bills, yeah.
We'll close the next meeting. Thank you. Thank you, yes, you too.
Good night, everybody.
We are
never got to be heard, was he here?
Someone gets stranded here, do you?
No, but Joanne is nursing.
Yeah, well, you're leaving here.
I love it.
I just want to talk to you, I'm not the person who say yes. I'm the attorney, who are you? I'm the zoning board. Okay, you can answer questions, you better question, she says.
I guess.
I'm working on it. See, I'm working on it. Yeah.
Is he your question? No, sure, we're good. Absolutely. So he lives with us, and it's with us, he lives in Paul, yeah? Yes, it's really. Huh? Yes.
I'm waiting for us.
I am the president of the board. Yes.
Okay, let me just look at this, and I can say from here, that this is going to be review, if they finish with the zone. This is not putting on there, right? It's for them. And
Okay,
then
so
I'll put
you're
it
working
on.
on 3. So let me talk, hey, let me talk to you.
And we would appreciate
If he says okay,
Well, yeah, no, sure. He's in Howard Street. Thank you, Chris. Okay, thank you.
because
I know, I just don't want
the
to.
buildings are in the same place. You can get it if you want, but we're not moving the buildings. You said it.
No, I see what you're saying.
It's okay.
I don't want to get stuck.
Okay.
Do you live locally?
Excuse me?
Do you live locally?
I don't live late.
Okay, well, do you live far drive or good drive?
15 minutes, but it's space.
Good for you.
But where do you come from?
Plumstead? So about a
That's-
half hour.
Yeah. Now, this is a straight ride. I mean, it's about 20 minutes, but it's an easy ride.
Oh, that's good.
That's what I said.
Take care, have a good night.
We'll see you next 2 weeks.
I may see you, yes, ma'am.
evening, Larry. I had some cereal this morning. Honey nuts. Maybe the milk. I guess what I think it is. Milk. No, they put the. You got a room right there with a.